I love that jolly band playing instruments of some description.
Yeah. Let me, okay, I am recording. So, I logged in, and I'm setting the stream up. I turn around, all of these people have just appeared out of nowhere, and they're all wearing those bridesmaid dresses. And they weren't doing anything at first. Eventually I realized, oh, it's like one of those MIDI bard bands that you can do now. But at first they were just standing there facing the same way, and have you ever just thought you walked into a horror movie?
I don't know. I feel very welcome, personally. Like,
You
oh,
weren't
wow.
you weren't there before they started, is the thing.
Oh, I guess so. Because right now it's lovely, but now that you're not the only one watching.
Let's give him a toast. Anyway, Endwalker time. All that I've done so far is actually start the quest. Like, the first quest I haven't properly begun. Like, I haven't actually gone to Charlene yet.
And I'm just along for the ride. I'm only like 20 hours into the trial.
Yeah, we've been trying to get Jacob to play the game. He mostly just hasn't had the time for it.
Yeah. I've been enjoying the single player stuff, but once it gets to the fucking dungeons, I get a little anxious.
Thankfully, FF14 actually has a pretty generally polite player base. Like, if you tell them, hey, first time here, like, they'll give you advice. They'll be patient for you.
Yeah, I know. Doesn't matter how patient people are, the anxiety will be there to some degree. That's a me problem, though.
I think your vet Redwind is Yoshi.
Walking on the Sun asks how many hours you had to wait in the queue today.
Actually, the queue was a third of what it usually is. It was still 600 something, but I only had to wait like half an hour.
Nice. I actually opened the game briefly the other morning, just because I felt like playing it a little bit. I just did some side quest shit. I was actually able to get right in. It was early in the morning, though. That's probably why. Like
probably.
9 a.m.
So a select few people know, but we are actually planning a bit of a let's play of this game, but only a specific set of side quests.
Oh, yeah.
We're not LPing the whole thing. I don't think we could do that.
Could anyone do that?
There have been a few attempts at it with screenshot LPs.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one.
He crashed into the dock, and very much like this
and
one.
now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
One quick sec. Well, I just remembered I should share the screen with Jacob.
Might be a good idea.
So, of course, the game is blocking the Discord screen.
I am your life, Thorn. This is all you can see.
How's that look for you?
It looks good, and I can hear the game audio.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, fuck. I guess it didn't matter what I was trying to do before the stream started.
Yeah, didn't need to do anything.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's winds are brought into sharp relief.
Oh no, he's hot! That's what it was like with Urianger. We first saw him without the hood.
Attempting to relieve Master Louisoix of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
They robbed my grandfather.
To visit to Charlie and Sir Estinian?
Look at this tiny head.
Oops.
Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
I don't have any friends.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Just be fucking cold. Why don't you, Coda?
Give up hope, I say.
I'll hold you to that.
I like the implication of what I chose in that she doesn't count me as a friend.
You're still here.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
I thought you didn't count as real characters.
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
Then we must
Hey,
delay
Yoshi.
no longer. We will contact you
Yoshi.
the moment we learn aught of value.
You want to hop on the call with us?
Wish us luck.
We'd love to have you.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
Shall we just move over to our recording
And
server?
so you venture
Yeah.
forth unto the unknown.
The game should
Alright.
still stream through for the viewers.
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined.
All right.
A future
Let's head over
undefined
there.
and in flux.
In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice.
You've moved.
Yep.
That which
Hey.
lives is destined to die.
Let's go.
Hey, dude, is the game audio coming through for you?
Every beginning has an end.
Let me actually mute the stream itself. Yes.
Treasure
Cool.
every moment. Every
Didn't know Discord could do that.
I went to go use the bathroom, and then I came back and I saw that I was finally logged on. And I saw a stream notification. Like, oh, shit, you're doing Endwalker. So it was like, let me get in the stream.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Drown.
Here. Feel.
Hold on a damn minute.
Think.
Isn't this the intro to 1.0?
Now
day has
touch
barely
your
dawned,
toes.
my fellow earlier riser.
Cry at night.
Do it. It'd be funny.
Though we're hardly alone.
Don't cry right now. That'd be awkward.
Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
Kiss him on the mouth. You know you want to.
Why's the cat gotta be pretty?
Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Oh, Alfie, your fucking neck.
It's the one thing I can't get over adult Ellizons. It's just a giraffe. That's all I see.
You sail? My first guess.
I wish.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Yeah, it's pretty huge.
Yeah. Fuck you, goddess.
Oh, it's just you. Walks away.
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Eidolon has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world. and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Boss fight, boss fight.
Now mind your peepers over the sea.
Sharlayan won't be there if you don't actually look at it.
I did love that wording.
My neck feels great.
Oh, what a
I hope it never
fine
grows.
morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
Yeah, I love when you're Ellison and you're a teenager, you're really short, and then you just
Taking a look at the
stretch.
island already?
Like Buddy.
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen.
The sleepers have opened their
There
peepers.
she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you? Indeed, 'tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side.
Hold on a second, fucking Captain Orianger. We've been over this.
Puts on a captain's hat.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful. for
Doth
your
thy
steadfast
peepers
support.
see an island? I believe we do.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Hooray! I had to buy it twice.
Twice?
Because
Why?
the first time I bought it from directly from Square Enix, except my account is connected through Steam, so the code was invalid.
Charlie,
Oh my god.
the solitary island nation of the northern seas.
Guessing you couldn't get a
Under
refund.
the watchful gaze of Thalion,
nope.
patron deity of scholars,
Phooey.
academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the
I feel
Dravani.
like you should get an automatic 10 levels for buying it twice.
Really though.
How swiftly they abandoned
Oh, we
it onto the
can't.
first
We
guardian
can't connect
boots
to your
of
Steam
hostile
account.
foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Don't they know that wise men kill everyone they see?
Emmett Salcassians, we were here.
Beer all week.
Entry applications?
Hopefully they find
God,
no
I can
cause
see it
for
too.
malice.
What's a cod?
These! Am I right, Ariane? I stole them.
Hasn't Charlie and Orbit severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries.
I love that Estinian's voice actor sounds like his mouth is full.
But from a
He probably saw the
practical
model for the first time.
An island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
June. Coda turned. Sorry, I wasn't listening.
So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
Voice acting just becomes more and more common the further you get in the game, huh?
Kind of. It depends on the situation. Like, and this is a very establishing cutscene.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
Be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Yeah, usually the opening acts to the expansions.
The immigration officers.
All the characters talk. And in important cutscenes, they also talk. But you are still gonna get the ones where, like, it's just text. Also, compared to Realm Reborn, you'll notice that the voice acting is much better.
Yeah, it's great so far.
We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
It's like I think I can turn the game up a little bit.
I like how the stream paused, like, find out if Grahatia's application will get processed.
Next time.
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I keep forgetting, what is this short race called?
Grahatia of
The
the Baldessian at your service.
Is there one of them that just has like a super deep voice, like me?
Quite a few of them, actually.
Yes, actually.
Awesome.
I was assigned
Hey, what's
to an
up?
Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the
Unironically,
information of my
they will
order.
sound like that.
My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
Z.
She had to see you really quick.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with a citizen registry kept in the main repository.
They could have used the Rolodex, but this is more
I've
magical.
confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
I didn't think the voice acting in Realm Reborn was that bad, but it was very clearly Americans doing British accents.
Yeah, it's really not all that bad. Like, even some of the, I believe, who was it? Sam Riegel, who did Alphino originally?
Original Alphino was alright, but the second that you enter the Heavensward part of the game and it switches over to the British actor, it's like night and day. So it somehow just immediately feels more organic.
Yeah, I played it more recently than these two, I imagine, and the voice acting was fine, like at best, I think, from what I've heard.
I think to me, worst offenders
Alphino
definitely
Leveilleur.
Realm Reborn and Minfilia.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Damn.
Name and occupation?
All three of these are accurate. I don't think they'll like me saying champion.
Big champion, and they were like, yeah, anyway, asshole.
I am an Omnicrafter, so.
Indeed. Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of procurement and production. You may enter. And you, sir?
I procure by stabbing.
Justinian Valeno, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
I don't want to talk about it.
If you'll allow me... My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Of course, you'll get all the celery you want.
That's not what I fucking said, and you know. I actually like that Estinian had fucking nothing. He had nothing to go fall back on.
Similarities to the Crystarium. I mean, not really. At least not immediately. I do like how you can tell it's the same kind of buildings that were in that area in Heavens where the Sharlayans were and then they left. Very descriptive. Hi, Gloomy.
Yeah,
we're just going into it from the start, seeing what happens.
Yeah, as for myself, I'm very far ahead, so I'm just here for moral support.
I'm just here to look.
Get ready for this song to get stuck in your head, by the way. And not only that, but this is literally Nerd Island. Like, that's the best part. Everyone here is a scholar in some bookish
So am I! Scholar is more or less my main. Like, I've leveled up all the other classes, and there's quite a few I like, but Scholar will be like, oh, you need a healer? I am ready.
Now, one thing I'm curious about that I can ask regarding this game, anybody in chat or YouTube can answer. Who is actually taking advantage of the fucking DoorDash promotion where you can order DoorDash and get a pizza emote?
It's actually Grubhub.
Oh, excuse me. Grubhub.
Here's the thing. I literally have thought about it just so that I can fucking pretend to eat a pizza sometimes. But I don't use Grubhub, so I haven't done it.
Hell, I've thought about it, and I barely play this game.
Yeah, I know. It's just like, what the fuck did they even have on Grubhub?
So my codex comes complete with the butterfly.
Oh, really nice.
I don't need to worry about the gear. I went ahead and just traded in all my tomestones for better.
Oh yeah, for you
better
more stuff. You're gonna be tight for a while, trust me. Because I did the same thing.
That was a much higher experience reward than I'm used to. Guess you need it once you're at this high a level. Otherwise, you'll never level up.
Well, I mean, Realm Reborn quests are usually like, can you get me 5 cabbages? Here's 10 gold.
I mean, I've spent money on emotes. I don't know that the pizza one is one I would want and would use.
I have spent money on emotes as well and mounts and shit, so I wouldn't put it above past myself. It's just more like, I have so many characters, do you know how many times I would have to order Grubhub so that way they can all have the fucking pizza?
Usually corporate promotions like that make me like wheeze, but I don't know, there's something funny about this one.
It's so off base somehow.
Yeah, that's like when I think Final Fantasy XIV, I think Grubhub.
You know, one of my favorite promotions for a video game like product placement deal was when Monster was doing a promotion for Halo Infinite, where you can get XP boosters if you like submit your receipt that you bought the monster. The problem is they did this a year ago, and Halo Infinite came out like last week. I think they printed all the cans before the game got delayed. I think that was the thing.
Yeah, but they probably couldn't go back on it, so they're just like, I hope you saved that can.
Exactly. Now they're doing some Apex Legends shit, and I don't give a hoot about. I played Apex Legends once, and I got yelled at.
Does Apex Legends have a pizza emote? I don't think so.
I don't know. It seems to have that kind of tone, so I wouldn't be surprised.
I think that was World of Warcraft. Yeah, Vianney.
And a Pizza Hut promotion? I don't know.
What was World of Warcraft's original main competitor? EverQuest. I think it was EverQuest. Because I remember that. It's just it was an MMO. It was one of the MMOs I didn't play.
You have a lot of history with other MMOs?
A little bit. Like World of Warcraft was around as I was growing up, alongside the internet. But I played a lot of RuneScape when I was a kid.
Ah.
I played a smidge of RuneScape, but I never got into it. And anytime I looked at footage for World of Warcraft, like all I saw were like the UI layouts that players had, and I'm like, that looks too complicated, and then I just ignored it. Of course, now when I finally when 14 consumed my life whole, it's like, oh no, I probably would have played Warcraft if I just gave it a try, but I didn't. I just psyched myself out.
You'll never believe the one MMO that I have like somewhat memories of. It wasn't much because I just played the trial and it wasn't very long, but I played Pirates of the Caribbean online when I was younger.
I completely forgot about that one.
I think most people did, because that was back when like everyone who thought their shit didn't stink made an MMO.
You kiss him, then you slap.
Just how he likes it. You know, some people like it like that.
Well, I still worship you the ground you walk on. So, thank you.
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Strone, what's the difference between me and a mosquito?
Yeah, this is a cute little thing they implemented. I like it a little too much.
Yeah. I mean, if it was Graha and Alfie, I would be sad.
Yeah. Plus, I like that you could just talk to them casually about dumb shit.
Yeah.
Probably my favorite cross-game promotion thing was, it's also the worst one ever. It was when Turok was like, hey, we'll give you $10,000 if you name your fucking newborn baby Turok for our game Turok Evolution.
Turok Evolution? Not even like one of the good ones?
Yes, for Evolution, not one of the good ones. They were like, if you name your child Turok, we'll give you a whole bunch of money to just ruin your child forever.
Turok is, I don't know. I think there's worse things they could have asked you to name your kid. Did someone just eat a cracker?
That's the sound of fishing.
Oh.
or the fabled cracker emote from Grubhub as well.
Sounded like someone ate a stale Triscuit, like.
And I like how they did that in mid-conversation, so Graha's like, you know, Coda, I got this, like, engagement ring and...
No, the only thing they said, if I use the Ethernet, I would disconnect from them. What are you doing?
Yeah, he does that sometimes. For some reason, only Graha will start floating down that hill, but no other character will. It was like that in early access too. I guess they'll get around to it at some point.
Coca-Cola. I'm a black magician. A black mage.
Oh, dude. Fine, I have to play up to this point now.
That's a really nice glam, actually.
Yeah.
Did you just get that?
No, I've had it for a while. So it's a bunch of different things made to look roughly like the merchants in what period is it? Yulmore.
Yulmore?
Yeah. It's like generally like it's partially the Even Star set plus what's it called? A Plague Bringer's coat. And it's a really good look. I switched out the boots, which looks kind of silly, with 2B's boots.
Yeah,
I love it.
Jacob, this is the real 14 endgame, by the way. Just getting shit for glams. Just so you can.
I want to do that now. I look like a freak wearing just this random armor. I would want to wear stuff like this, but my character's not quite as curvaceous as yours. Not by my own choice, by the way.
I like Louis' comment. I wasn't expecting Viera Zatanna. I mean, black magic.
Black magic. Oh, I see that there's some dead skills. They upgraded Black Mage too.
Oh, yeah. I haven't switched over to it yet. Sleep I didn't use. Blizzard 2 I sure as fuck didn't use. That's why they're over here.
Yeah, they're... like, I think Sleep was useful in, like, one role quest 100 million years ago, and that's it.
Enochian I think I used a bit. It was just kind of fiddly to remember it. I'll figure out how to use it. I practiced a bit with Scholar still. No, we're good there. Anything removed from... Doesn't look like it. Isn't this an outfit you want to wear when you're tanking?
Yeah.
It depends. Like, sometimes, like, my characters just wear casual clothes. It's like, oh, I got a date later. I gotta do this real quick.
Do you not get access to, like, much nicer glams until, like, decently later in the game?
You can basically have access to a bunch of really good glams because a lot of players will make the glams you're looking for, and they'll sell them on the market board, and the market board's available all the time.
Oh, okay.
It depends on if you're broke or not, though.
Yeah, it depends on if you have money or if you have connections. AKA, you have friends who are high level and they can make you shit if you ask them.
Last I checked, I had like 10,000 gil or so.
You might get like one sandal.
Ooh, I'll take it.
Also, do you like my capybara pup?
Oh, little guy. He's got a huge head. Maybe just a small body.
When you got an apocalypse to stop at 6 and to date at 8, literally, that's just how my main character acts.
Like, yeah, I'll kick your ass, but I got shit to do, so...
Snowstarky earlier asked, who is Graha? He's a character that you meet in the Crystal Tower raid series for A Realm Reborn, and then he disappears from the game, but he actually comes back at the end of... Okay, maybe not at the end, finger quotes, but there's a character in Shadowbringers who you eventually realize is actually Graha. And then he comes back for real for Endwalker. At least as you knew him when you first met him.
Yeah, he has a really interesting story just from, like, what he actually had to go through. And what he ends up, like, achieving. And let's just say that he's extraordinarily popular within the community.
I mean, look at him.
This is a cat boy with rights, so...
And rights are hot!
It helps that he's basically a fanboy when you first meet him.
Mm-hmm. Now he's like your traveling hype man everywhere you go.
That is a pretty cool looking aetherite.
Yeah, it's really cool. The shape reminds me of the Magatama from Ace Attorney. What server we're on? If you look on the top right, you can see that we're on Brynhildr.
Yep.
Yeah. That's in the Crystal Data Center.
Was it implemented that you can now visit other data centers now?
Yeah, you can do that. I think they finally added it for Endwalker. That you can travel to other data centers, and like what I'm wondering is like, man, I wonder if this is gonna like fuck up all the market boards, just because you know how like you would travel to like just other servers in your same data center just to see like, oh, this is cheaper here. Now that like all the servers are connected,
yeah,
the amount of traveling you could do, like, but I want to save 5 gil.
But also with how overstuffed every server is right now.
Yeah, that's another thing.
All of my tradecraft and fieldcraft classes are fairly under-equipped right now. At least relatively.
Data center update got pushed to 6.1. I mean, you could be right. I'm not actually sure. Let's check it out. Let's do a little Google. Data center.
Let's see if Graha will do this again. No. Maybe it has to be that one specific hill.
I know he did it for me the second time I tried. Come on, Graha, float for me. You said you were my biggest fan, right?
Yes, of course.
You remember that episode of Ed, and Eddie when they're doing the little up company, and then like Eddie says go up, and then Ed throws himself into the sky?
And up! Oh!
Like, that's what I imagine. It's just like, anything for you.
That might be like a top 5 Ed and Eddie episode, honestly. It was a later episode too, which I'm not as high on. And for those that don't know, Ed and Eddie is like my favorite cartoon of all time. Besides Steven Universe, I think Steven Universe is my favorite substantive cartoon of all time.
I'll say of the Cartoon Network's Ed, Edd n Eddy is up there, but I desperately, my heart wants to say that The Amazing World of Gumball is just as good, if not slightly better.
I'm not as familiar with that one. That was about when I was about at the age where I was like, everything new on Cartoon Network is stupid.
Like, I'll say, like, a first season of Gumball, it's whatever. But 2 onwards, it's basically like, hey, classic Simpsons, but revived.
Ooh, that's an interesting comparison.
Yeah, and just add in extremely good animation and British humor, and you got yourself a really good fucking cartoon.
The thing about Gumball, when it's really good, it is very good. When it's not so good, it's like this very predictable single joke that's going to be the entire episode, and the whole thing just has this tedious inevitability, even in later, better seasons. And it's kind of like, you know, I don't feel like watching this.
Yeah, I get that. Like, some episodes are just like, yeah, let's skip that one. But other times, when it's good, it's good. No, the show you're thinking of that did the we ran out of animation money, so let's get the voice actors to wash a car. That one was Chowder.
Yeah, that was a very funny gag. Chowder's got some good shit too.
I agree, although I feel like Chowder, my problem is that I feel like they kind of over-relied on fourth wall a little too much. This is our let's review cartoons that aren't on the air anymore subsection of Endwalker. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be after 6.0, the data center travel, because it got delayed.
Okay.
I wasn't even sure. I just knew at some point in Endwalker.
Am I not following you on Twitch? Because I just realized I just got a notification that someone that I never watch is going live, but I did not get a notification that you were live. No, I'm following you. What the fuck? Twitch.
Graha is an NPC, but in this case he's following you because this is a new thing they added where, like, hey, basically if 14 wasn't traditional, if it was just like if it wasn't an MMO, Graha would be one of your party members, basically. He and the other Scions.
Look at him go.
He's huffing it. He has to catch up with you because you're so tall. That's not even speaking for Kryl, who might have roller skates, I'm not sure.
Well, I think he floated just barely. There he goes. Actually, you know what I should do? I should switch to Bard. Because then I can just inherently speed up. I can toot and then run.
I like that they also have additional things to say if you just talk to them directly after arriving at certain spots.
Hello there. I am covered in bug bites and hives resulting from the bug bites, but otherwise I'm well.
I'm doing quite alright myself. I literally signed on to play Endwalker to continue main scenario, and then I found out that Michaela was streaming this, so I was like, oh wait, hang on, better idea.
Kryle's a character who I think she shows up either in the later patches of A Realm Reborn or in Heaven's Word. She's a member of the Students of Valdesian, I believe. Which is sort of like your contact with them.
Mm-hmm. I believe she gets introduced, I want to say the early bits of Heaven's Ward. Because she does get name-dropped in Realm Reborn, but you don't see her.
And she's a reference to a character from one of the early Final Fantasies.
She also happens to be a Scion, but she doesn't stick around too much usually. But of course, this is like Kryle's finally moment to shine since we're in Charlians.
She's from 5? Okay. Like kitty hood and everything.
That outfit, by the way, you can buy on Mog Station.
Yep. No reason for me to do it because fucking Vieras can't wear anything that goes on the head. Can't just like cut a hole so I can stick my fucking ears through them.
Like, remember when they had the little Moogle hat, and it's like, you can win a Moogle hat too, Vieras, and they were like, cool, it's invisible, and I can't use it. Why didn't you cut some fucking holes for the ears?
Oh, the song is a rearrangement of a song from 5. That makes sense.
I love this entire bit just because Graha's just revealing that he was just an exhausted college student the entire time.
I forget what outfit I'm wearing. I think it's a glam. Let's find out. No, nope. Basic Eden Meat outfit for aiming. Oh, but I do have the college skirt on, so that's good.
Yeah, that's good. Now they'll know that you attend here.
They know that I belong here. Let's see all y'all fuckers later. I'm gonna get this last etherite over here.
I'm the same exact way. First thing that needs to be done. I can read. Look at my clothes. I really find this state to be really pleasant.
I've been waiting for you.
And now I'm gonna start kicking your ass for a little bit. Surprise, welcome to the end of your walk.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
I am still playing Genshin, yep.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
Same here.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroid's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This
I'll be
alone
right back.
guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Rads at Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
So if you could split in half.
That would be great.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
Takes out a knife.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alice and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavna. Thoughts? Objections?
You said it so knowingly.
Thavna on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
To answer your question, Dark Lumiere, yeah, I did the Ninja Dog event for Genshin.
Yeah.
It was something.
Felt really underwhelming to me.
Yeah, it's kind of like they made it in 5 minutes. Like, what do? Fucking, they save dogs. Okay, then what? I don't know, they fight one. But hey, I don't play Genshin for story, that's for sure. So I'm just glad for the primos. Thank you.
I can just buy a better outfit anyway.
Yeah. Like, by this point, anything you get is not going to beat your Scholar high level 530 stuff.
Yeah.
I'm currently going through this whole thing as a Reaper. I was intending to not go as Reaper the whole time because at all the new classes, they always start you at like 10 levels below the expansion. I was like, there's no way in hell I'm actually gonna grind this shit just so I could do it as the main scenario. And then I did exactly that.
I forgot to talk to all of them, whatever.
You can go with the Graha, Alfie, and Ishtola group, or you can go with the boys for boy time.
They calleth me Duty Head.
You know, Arianger, I thought you were gonna say something poetic and sweet, but I'm glad that's what you said instead.
It's a snappy look.
Also a massive book.
Yeah.
Like, I like how it's barely hanging on to the side of his... Ah, my curse. The second I see that there's a bunch of quests available, I stop everything I'm doing. And I literally will not leave and continue MSQ until they're all done.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time, but also, are you really gonna explain it like that?
Okay, so we have this thing called a railgun.
Go on. This new form of transportation has a kind of a quirky apparition. Okay, we have to take this hammer and smash 3 of your fingers. If it hurts, it's working.
Don't worry, it'll only be 3 on each hand.
And if it doesn't work, we have to move on to the toes.
And if it doesn't work with the toes, then, you don't want kids, right?
I mean, I know which one of us will survive.
They should all just turn to you. Ah, yes. The tradition of Final Fantasy characters that have a million letters in their names. Or consonants and vowels that don't make any sense until you hear it pronounced out loud.
Oh no, my name's just pronounced
There's 7 silent P's in that cup, but still...
Excuse you, sir.
Rude. No, you'll warp with us.
But will my capybara make it?
If we put the capybara in a little snuggie and yes, this is my child.
Right, we're all set.
Did not expect you to be voiced.
Yeah.
Just the four of you.
That
was
always
it?
catches me off guard.
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more.
I had to look up to see how that was spelled. It just sounded like it said.
Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
I like this because it feels like the main story kind of forgets that the Aetheryte is a thing.
It's just like a thing that, oh yeah, we all know the Aetheryte. It's just there.
Soon have you soaring
Part of
through
my
the
house.
ether.
Anyway.
Orbital laser starts targeting them.
They pull a Sonic Adventure 2 and a laser shoots out of the moon.
You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
Coda's just like, I have the stomach of God, thank you.
What?
Poor guy. Poor thing.
Real quick, what should I what should I name this skitty? First response gets it.
Hair bunch.
Leg hair?
Hair bunch. The rules are rules.
I like how we both went to hair for our names.
What do I know about cats?
Waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay for a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
Oh, come on. Out of anyone, I should be able to handle that.
What chance?
I like how the narration actually paused for a second.
Against such an insidious foe.
I'll be right back.
See you, Blackjack.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish.
Hi, Split Girl.
Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
Grain alcohol, perfect.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Guess I gotta go barf on his shoes. Oof. Okay, Radzathan is an actual town. And in Thavnir, I'm just in a general overworld area. Hello.
Okay, I'm back.
Hello.
How's boys' night going?
We puked up everywhere.
And the night's just getting started, baby. High-fiving each other weekly.
He says in the rain.
Justinian, that's a rubber band.
Yeah, wound his ego.
let's bring him down a peg.
Elephant Man.
Alright, before we split, let me slap Justinian in the face real quick. Okay, let's get going.
Thankford, you did it as an emote. He's not gonna feel it.
Besides, somebody who's already dead inside can't feel anything anyways.
Nidhogg ate my heart. What does he say to start?
This fucking talent agency that I signed up for won't stop sending me modeling audition requests. Do they not have my... I mean, they have my headshot. They can see what I look like. They can see I'm not quite cut out for this shit.
Well, it could be one of two things. The first thing could be they actually genuinely think you're handsome. Or they want you to be like the before image for whatever other model they put you next to.
This says it's for lawn care casting, so maybe they think I'm grass.
This is what my lawn looked like before my lawnmower, a human man, but now it's a lawnmower.
I mean, I do have a lot on my face and head that I could mow, but I'm not sure that's what they're going for here.
Gathering information. They have houses.
Alright, it appears they eat food, they live here, and they are next to the ocean.
To traverse the water, they use boats.
Can confirm they also use the peeper strategy here.
Source, I've been spotted. Presumably by a set of peepers.
Update, I'm being chased.
Sprinting while writing in a notepad.
Anyone else like Final Fantasy 15?
Hey!
Yeah. I got 7 copies of this fucking card.
You're crushing poor Ginoleel. That looks ridiculous.
Yeah, but it's awesome because it could fit 4 players at once.
That is kind of awesome.
And very useful, especially when you unlock flying. For your buddies who can't fly, you can just be like, I got it.
I played Final Fantasy 15 for a couple of hours.
I looked at some footage of it.
I am on a Final Fantasy marathon, and at the very least, it should not be surprising to say that that is not near the top of the list of the games I wish to try first.
I remember initially being like, I'm interested in this one because it looks the least like Final Fantasy. And then I got into Final Fantasy and I said, this is a disgrace.
It seems very mixed. At least it doesn't seem like 13, where it seems like no one likes that game. People seem to like 15.
Yeah, there are some good parts of 15. 13 is the one where people go, yeah, you could skip that. We don't talk about 13.
You know, people say one of the main criticisms I hear about 13 is that it's super linear. I'm like a large chunk, like 35 hours through Final Fantasy X, and that game has also been really linear, and people like that one a lot. So I'm kind of scared to see how linear 13 is gonna be.
As I understand it, it's linear, and also you're probably not going to care about anyone. So that might be the deal breaker.
Yeah, that might be the difference. Like, I mean, people tend to complain about, like, one thing in one game. They'll be like, oh, it sucks here. But then they'll praise another game that has the same exact things, but it's because they like that game a little more. So the problems suddenly don't exist.
Yeah, it could just be fans growing up and being more critical.
Because 10 definitely has its problems with, like, pacing, mostly.
I think my favorite... I'm sorry, go on.
Just saying, however, I am greatly enjoying 10, regardless.
Like, I think my favorite example is Pokemon Black and White. When Black and White came out, the Unova region, everybody was like, this sucks. This is too different. All the Pokemon are trash, blah, blah, blah. Now, when people talk about Unova, it's the best. It is the best generation. They put so much love and care. It was always, I don't know why people didn't like it. It's like, you can find reviews of people bitching about it, but nowadays people treat it as like the cream of the crop.
I am
sad
guilty.
elephant man.
Yeah, look at this man. What the fuck?
A very good man.
And your character's like, whatever. Also, Yoshi, guilty as charged. I was one of those people. To this day, Gen 5 is still the only gen I've not played, but I would like to change that. I saw a copy of Pokemon Black. I actually own a copy of, I believe, Black 2. CJ had it. And I saw a copy of Black 1, which I want to play first, at the GameStop the other day, but it was $80, so I didn't buy it.
Ugh. Well, I will say, definitely worth the money. And if not, don't worry, I got you, because that gives me way more confidence for that one thing I think I'm really actually going to go all in on.
Nice. Are there other elephant folk like this?
We've seen them.
Oh, well. I'm very tired.
I'd be amazed if he was the only elephant of the species in the whole game.
I have nicer hands now.
Ooh.
What don't I do? I'm not a monk and I'm not a samurai, and that's about it.
And that's when I step up and say, I am both of those things.
Exclusively.
Well, not on, well, on other characters, but on my current character. With the addition of Reaper now, then yes, those are the two that I play the most.
This is my worker outfit.
You are working it.
Very cute.
I have no bait, so never mind.
You mean you can't just be like, hey boys, and then wink at the fish and they don't just jump into a basket for you?
Listen to him stomp. I'm going the wrong way.
You can get in the car and follow me, but like, don't get in the car with me, okay?
Okay, so I shouldn't do that.
Yeah, if you go too fast, aka with any mount, your companion will be like, well, I'm blind and lost now.
Matsuya, is this gonna be a thing with you, man?
Wasn't he just behind you? How did he get down there?
He just fell off the pier.
I didn't even know he had swimming animations.
I suspect that's not supposed to happen. Oh boy. It's the something stupid's about to happen music.
Yep.
I love that song.
Should I risk it? Oh, by the way, I'm not here to be friendly. I'm here to get stuff from you.
Go for it.
Okay, luckily he seems to be a dad, so there we go.
Yeah. I only encouraged you because I knew that's exactly what I picked too. I mean, I did genuinely feel bad for Matsuya because he deliberately chose a job where he has to basically cold call all of his inventory.
Fuck your request.
I didn't pick any of the ones that made you sound like a 1920s newspaper boy.
Fresh fish over here.
Hey, hey, buy a fishy.
Are those like fishy ears? Or like fins, rather?
Close.
Sort of. I think they're supposed to be horns.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of close. I mean, I thought the same thing too the first time. No, I believe those are dragon scales.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
regardless, this species is very cute.
Yeah, all raws are pretty awesome. I mean, my girl is an Outrun, so... I mean, you met her before. I'm acting like you don't know her. I also like how the sound effect they picked for not getting that sale was like if somebody died tragically. Would you like a fish, Urianger?
I'm not sure if either of them is the right answer here.
I know that this is the guy I fucked up on.
Ah, shucks. Man.
Wait, fish smish, get a fish! Ah! But now I'm just wondering if it's actually impossible to get him to buy a fish. I mean, it's not like you'll get a secret fish mount or anything if you get all three.
Like, you know I'd want it.
Fuck yeah. I'd be mad. I'd go back and be like, hey, so when's New Game Plus so I can redo one stupid quest?
I mean, this isn't the kind of game where if you fuck up, you're locked out of... Like, especially for the main story quest, they don't lock you out of stuff.
Yeah, they wouldn't be that mean.
You're lucky both of our ears are big. We'll go talk to Thancred, and then we're going to take a break. I need to go eat.
Good idea.
So I'll resume streaming in about half an hour after we talk to Urianger. Or Thancred. I will talk to Urianger, though. I'm not sick of you.
I most likely will not return. I am much sleepier than I anticipated.
No problem.
And I'm probably just gonna go and play Endwalker myself. Because I keep getting antsy looking at my character sitting on a bench.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, my new job is not particularly stressful or difficult, but man is it boring, so I'm falling asleep by the end of the day.
What's your new job, by the way, Jacob?
It's just data entry at a law firm.
Yeah, data entry.
Very
Simple.
easy and repetitive. Yeah. And I can listen to Spotify while I work, which is awesome. But thankfully I have a standing desk because I get real tired. I forgot about that dance.
This could be you, Jacob.
It could be.
If you could only get to level 50 and finish A Realm Reborn.
Are you gonna leave that dance on for 30 minutes while you go eat?
We'll see. I might stop the stream and then resume it later.
Alright.
Alrighty. Let's just jump back into it. For picking up right where we left off, I haven't played the game since. It has actually been a few days since that last stream. I want to at least get to the first dungeon or the first boss, whichever happens first, before I upload any stream archives of this. Once we do actually get to a boss or dungeon, and I upload it after that, I probably won't be streaming anymore of the game. I'll just play it myself. I should switch to a higher level job. Watch out for the elephants. Let's give him a buddy out. Let me know if the game audio is loud. Into the ground. By the way, I don't know if the game is going to look any different on the stream or in the recording, but the DX11 version of the game would just keep crashing for me, so I'm having to use the other version. I think it's DX10. Doesn't look significantly different for me, so I don't know if it will otherwise. Which gods killed which? I'm gonna turn the game down a little bit for me. You're free and mesmerized by the tent. That's not the word for it. Net. I had most of the letters right. It's a little closer than I expected it to be. I don't know why I expected him to walk out carrying a Davy Crockett. This is our new god. You could not look more bored, Urianger. His eyes are so sad. Does he? Or that she doesn't drown you. She fills up that trunk. I assume that's another player. Just hanging out with the Chocobo. Damn, I knew it. Salt wind's unwelcome. Just don't feel like using the front door. Or maybe I should have. No, we're okay. Get a look at the place. Oh, wow. Clam bake. We ate too much.
What happened here?
Slap, what happened?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
We just can't find any good bedding around here.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Oh, fuck yeah, better than cinnamon rolls in the morning.
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
I was hoping he could unhinge his jaw and just chow down.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
Confused.
Of course. You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Ah, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so.
What are you, 12?
They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
Ignore my eyes of death.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
He starts praying.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
Rather, any harm done to him will be undone.
As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your Mistress Cryo. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
You know, I was briefly worried that I would want to switch over to whatever Kryle's up to. Where is he, anyway? They ate him. Quick second here. And well, now the satrap are tempered. We spilled plenty, Coda. And that's just our weekends. This one very sad man in the back, grinding cornmeal. I think I'm gonna turn that off for now. Off he goes. They're the pork of this region. Don't think that was right. Oh, it was horrible on my feet. You know me, old Leadfoot. I mean, I did just get some pretty bad ether sickness. That's just from teleporting. Beep, 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 beep. Stick your face in there, Spurdu. La-di-da. Walking on the sun. I could not really give you an explanation for my hotbar setup. Scholar was one of the first classes that I really dug my heels into. So this is just remnants of how it was early on. And then I tried to adapt it and make it a little more logical in my head. Later ones are a little smarter. And I tried to sort of keep them consistent. But Scholar is... the hotbar setup is completely different. That's how it is for Scholar. How's it for White Mage? Yeah, I've got healing more over here, so I know where it is. But in Scholar, because it started out as Arcanist, so I've got combat more over here, and healing is more over here. And this fourth hotbar, that one's for all classes. That's just mostly where I keep my emotes. And over here. Emotes and transportation. And your bile. So that's no longer a thing. Fine with me. But not you, Spurted. And I can heal you if I fuck up. I'm impressed when people can work out stuff like that. Because my instincts are entirely just using the mouse to click the buttons. I only really keep my hand on the keyboard to move around. I rarely use actual number buttons. Creepy Lalafell. Look out, the bird! check. Do they keep both ferries? Yep. Yeah, I haven't even touched Extreme except in a unsynced. Even then, just the really early stuff. Now I know how you feel. Yeah, isn't this Razathan? Somebody worked on the background here was just flexing. No, it's Thavner, which is near Razathan. Okay. Right, Thavnarian, aka anyone who's done dancer class knows what it looks like.
Yes, that would be Radzat Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing. Well, he is the most important person in Radzat Khan.
I really want to level up Blue Mage.
Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavner altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzat Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Also, what did you do with the Stinian?
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Just plummets off the cliff. Well, that was fast. They will not just let me jump from there. It's probably smart. I still kind of want to unlock that, though. Guess not right now. But I can just warp back. Beep beep, bitches. Little does she know of how FF14 works. Yeah, that is interesting. The Porkies, whatever they were called, they just cure temperance. They're not a prevention measure. I really wanted to cut to a cutscene. It's not too far from what I expected. I was hoping it would cut to a cutscene of Coda just being whipped back and forth. Hanging on by the tail, using her feet. Slapping against the ground. Now our exits on the Hamza are everywhere. Look what I did. They didn't look. I turned my nose up at you, Tower. I don't know, I'm immune. Radiant. And you know how big you are. They're like sheep. Approach carefully. Don't bother with the chocobo, don't bother with the car. This is one of the less dignified mounts I've had for a while. Fuck this shit. Senua is sick of it. I think I get down from there. Whatever, I'll go down there during the story anyway. Just not being able to teleport somewhere makes me antsy. Yeah, you do it, Boat.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
All this bloodletting.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration.
Keep it light, Yuri.
The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Hey.
What is it? What did you see? Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last!
I just noticed Urianger's pointy shoes.
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Oh, I plan to knock you in the head.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Fuck. Quickly pop in here to get this part of the map. And for a scenic drive. Just pretend that there's Christmas lights on some of the rocks. But it's kind of the right way anyway. beautiful soldier. Well, I can only expect this to go so wrong that she turns into a boss. Please don't crash, game. I do not know what's happening here.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now.
I'm not dropping any frames. This is just how the game's running right now. Maybe it's just this particular client.
Working.
I can't use the DX11 client because it kept crashing.
And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could. So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
I think that fixed it. Yeah, there we go.
A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
Coda, when are you gonna learn? Never stand 50 feet away from your friends.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Give me names.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am.
He's a very grim Van Daniel.
How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
I used to be called Alan.
At your service.
Oh, damn.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments?
How do you get your ideas?
That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation, slaves
to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Armon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
A bomb.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Hey, James. Thank you. Hope you have a good Christmas, too. I'm going to be spending mine trying not to be itchy, recovering from a flea attack last week. Thank Red for Thancred. Still not yet. Oh, it's all the way over there. Whatever. You're not where I get my experience. This really reminds me of FF15. Just driving along cool locales.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Radz-at-Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Eaten alive. We've been hearing about Radz-at-Han for frickin' forever.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
I'm gonna need to take a break as soon as I get control again.
Here we are, Megadota. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radz-at-Han. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude. I assume you speak of Nidana. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
Come on, get weird. Get really weird.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Not as weird as I'd hope, but alright.
I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
I, mine elder brothers, of Midgardsormr's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with the dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat Han.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the Great Worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
Used to that.
"'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radzat Han. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my whim."
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered. Estinian warm blood.
And I just have a lot of worm blood up in my nose, you know.
From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another. Yet did neither one of us bear his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Rad's Anan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Or by a queue.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a sure path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear.
What I've been waiting for.
Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
Oh, come on. We've got a tank, we've got healer, we've got DPS.
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Fuck this.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Rad's at Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Immediately. Thank God, I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Thousands, Christ. I mean, it's not gonna hurt me, but still. do wonder at what point I'm able to do Sage. I love playing healers. A better broil. Well, I was hoping that I would be able to get to a dungeon right from there, but I guess we gotta do Kryle's thing. Swiss. You wanted to ride it like a surfboard. Little Charlian. Good old idle share. They got their lunch stolen a lot. I think it's nighttime. Yep. If I don't eat, I'll die. I'm a genius. Wonder if these are in order. Like, no matter which one you pick, it'll be this one. Get out of my library. love those little guys. They always make me think of Gur. You have no idea. Were you waiting along? I've got lukewarm tea at least. And she spat in our face. A lot of assassins there. Locusts among us. Good old nail. Perspicacy City. This is the first time I've seen that word. Wait again. I've done that dungeon like 30 times. Oh, do I get to choose? What happened? Oh, bad things. Maybe if we just find a cave somewhere. There's like one Ascian left over. Hell for you, no. We just don't have that many ears. Cryo might. Just kind of warping us into it. So we need to make God. Well, Kryl, if only you knew that I'd been to Radzatan already. Why this shit? Beavis? vibrant panda has been discovered. Maybe they have their own dragon. TT. Three years later. In between cutscenes. Horse chestnuts. I'm already set. Raccoon Dan. think Vibrant Panda's at the same point in the story we are. Archdeacon. Can you kill someone and keep it quiet? I hate to ask your opinion. Chatty tea, Highlander omelet, or Gizla omelet, Makote lobster. Immediately run away. Nearly had it. being banter. Game's freaking out again. Out of the wind, yep. The snow is just static.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Let's blow it up. Hello, babe. One quick second, folks. Hopefully the game doesn't lose its shit. Okay. There, we're good. Well, immediately my guess is the things that we learned from the books was that Charlene was founded by people who knew that a calamity was going to happen, came, rescued, people ended up on Abelatha's spine, and then left again when the fighting started. So my guess is the Forum just wants to piss off and wait out the final days. If not, then hopefully we'll finally get a goddamn dungeon. Machine guns. You did not need to walk. Thank you. Thought it was house level here.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed.
We've entered Willy Wonka's factory.
If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time, this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh or no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
I'm tired.
Did you call to me just now?
Kryl, I don't speak.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
It's fucking music. Oh, now I think they're planning to bring everyone into Labyrinthos to try and survive the final days. Fix some of my broken shit. Oh, I thought that guy down there was clipping through the box. I'm starting to feel like the Tower of Zot is going to be the first dungeon, and it's going to take a long time to get there. Is that a Milvira? It is. I like that this is an entire map. Very different from what I was expecting. It's just called Trolls. Royal Floor. It's almost like you should have been prepared for that. Fuck's sake. They're almost cute. I realized when he said marmots, I was thinking mammoths. Like it just had a box of little robots running around. And so that I might do some cuts with my sleeves. A keening noise. So maybe all the ancients just got tinnitus at the same time. Shushu Tabby. Come back when you're Professor Valdesian. Summoner. But maybe Blue Mage doing Eruption. But Ifrit doesn't actually appear there when you do that. Game freaking out again. How are you again? Green and Caw. Then goes walk. You killed a bird, la la. He's just floating face down in the river.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations?
I'm good at shooting.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion, then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will, of course, follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Oh good, we didn't need to do it.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
My face exactly, Y'shtola.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse,
Dungeon,
it should
dungeon.
provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Yep, Krau's from FF5. Welcome to the stream, Commander Keen. I will be right back. I'll just take a couple seconds. Okay, I'm back. Have I played any other FF games since I streamed 9? Aside from this one, no. I did play a bit more of Final Fantasy 15, for what that's worth. But at least a couple people have been interested in me doing a blind-ish stream of 7. So I might do that at some point. The original. The Steam version, I don't know if there are any changes in it, significant ones. So it's not a dungeon. I'm basically planning to keep streaming the game until I get to the first dungeon, and then I'll put all the recordings together into a single stream archive. And then I probably won't stream any more of the game. I'll just enjoy it for myself. But it's ending up being a very long first impressions. To shuffle more efficiently. Well, I could get my friends in the other seats. But they don't want to join me. Maybe we can call that a failed experiment. Okay. No, you don't. It's the little ones. I saw you in the intro. Cheating. Yeah, I haven't played a whole lot since Endwalker came out, but I think the first male VR I've seen is the one you meet in the story. Oh, it's you. Don't tell Graha, you might get sad. Let our children free!
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Press X to doubt.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance,
It mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change color. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Reminds me of when I went to the dentist and he just kept going on and on about dentistry. He was just really into his job. Yes, with his hand in my mouth.
Have you learned aught of interest?
Nope. Okay, fine, I learned flowers.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
They're probably not good at fighting.
Isn't that the entrance to the Arcade? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
I think they're planning to interrogate like Batman style.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryo?
Sorry, I'm a flower girl now.
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
I can almost reach you.
You hearing from the mother there, Cryo? If we blow it up, oh no. You Stola? You're a shit, Tola. Alpha Toad. That's a lot of wet slapping. Oh no, a real toad. Can I dote on Alfie like this? Nope.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge.
Have you ever
I
played
can
The
say
Skies of
no more,
Arcadia?
but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
You will be spared.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Rivet.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart.
Aaronville ain't stupid.
Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
Yeah, sorry I sneezed.
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
There we go. Give me all the map. Thanks for waiting for us, Y'shtola. What in the shit? Nope. Guess who forgot they did that? Down there. I tied her to a tree. The fucking music of this place. I win.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead. Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, Here in the source, where I ferried her soul, I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That blue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
Crunch.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress. You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Are we getting thrown out? Yep.
Master TheStrawhatNO? What business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Grah! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
I'm the evil one.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We
Knocked
would
down
have
a
been
whole
detained
shelf.
regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order! This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master TheStrawhatNO, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your Momentous duty of an age long past, that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention.
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own.
I just saw Viera in the crowd, and of course she couldn't wear the hat.
The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
That's a great read.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Damn my foam hands.
Yes, we are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm?
Wine is my terrible habit.
By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? Now, if we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
My defense as the cool old guy rests.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
It's the hats that are especially silly for me. Like, they're halfway between a bridal veil and a graduation cap. She appears. This is a deer in headlights. The fucking drum. Always gotta remind you. Great. That's Emilians serenading us as we approach.
Welcome home,
my lady.
What? What are you gawping at?
You're a spoiled little shit, aren't you?
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. 'Tis clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Yeah, did they ever mention a place called the First?
'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Okay, so I got dropped into this cave, and then this huge fucking dragon shows up, just lights the whole place on fire, and then the same thing happened, but the guy was made of rock. And then I got stuck out on a boat.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother, I...
Can't walk in heels.
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Oh, but Alfie's outfit is already so
You
good.
are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become.
And already were, let's be
Speak for
real.
yourself.
It's a bag.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
Kind of a downgrade.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Oh yeah, and that big-ass bug man, he helped these, like, little but also giant poop bugs. It's alright, they're cool, I hung out with them.
Wait. Are these...
And then I killed 2
A
dragons.
sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
The sage at last.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
Well, if you can undo the whole disowning thing, that's kind of the big part.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work.
Getting away from you, holy shit, you scream so much.
I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Like she was kind of laughing in that one.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
He'll see reason when he sees blood. Even I don't know. Alright folks, give me a quick minute here. I will be right back, and then we'll continue. Hopefully we're not far from that frickin' dungeon. Yes, I have. That's why I'm getting kind of impatient, because we finished that and they said, okay, let's reconvene here and then we'll go to the Tower of Zot. And then no new mission showed up, so it turned out I had to go and do Kryle's missions. Looks like... Here we go.
Your time in Thavner has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the Ethereal Sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavner.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Frodola's report, they were unable to free the Emulger. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus, the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary.
I have heard pretty much only good things about it, yeah.
There is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryle, Yostola, and myself. The remaining Scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
Swing and a miss on the pronunciation there. Arcosodra. Aren't you forgetting the fucking scholar?
Of course not. As our most talented healer, we need you leading Van, fighting primals on the front lines.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
A military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Some of the hottest hinders in gaming. Hello, funny fellow bunny. I almost said funny bunny. No. Full Pedal Alchemist. Well, let's take part, why not? That person needs help. I did it? Drive-by healer. Almost literally. This car is just struggling against the sand. You really never know what other players are going to name themselves. Yeah, and likewise for Summoner for me. I barely played it. Stomach's empty. You're doomed. You wish. Careful what you wish for. My word was 4 hours ago. As they walk into the sea. Alright, let's see how long it takes to queue up. And healers. Hey! Even though it's almost 12:40 over here. Let's hope they don't say anything racist. They don't tend to. FF14 is actually a pretty good online community. Let's be polite. Oh, it's not typing. Okay, looks like we're good. I'm looking forward to trying out Sage myself. Alright, let's do it. Speaking of blocking the screen with pyrotechnics. And we've got 2 Reapers, nice. Let me turn down the game a little bit. Oh no, I think I might have fucked it up. Okay, we're good. Off I go. I am actually a good healer. I feel like I must insist that. The game client's just being really funky for me today. I think most people in the chat right now weren't here earlier when I mentioned it, but assuming you can't hear me right now. The DX11 client kept crashing for me, so I'm having to play on the regular client, which might have something to do with why the game is a little funky. Because I did stream this a few days ago. Maybe even a week ago. And it was working fine. But that was on the DX11 client. Now, would I be correct in saying it feels like Adloquium adds the shield before the healing even happens? Because it looks like it happened, like it pops up really quick. Look at this. Yeah. Pops up even before the action is finished. Jake Toberfest. I just noticed his name. I like that. I should eat some plums. All that slapping. And I remembered for the Dark Knight, if they pull at their own shield, let it empty. And then heal them. Oh wait, shit. Whatever. I guess I can actually use Physic, too. The rare time I do use Physic outside of low-level dungeons. Hey, look, I got it. Hey, look, I got it. Shit. They hit a lot harder and a lot faster than I expected. Normally I would block and ban that. But if I click away from the client, then it fucks up the game. Yeah. I'll have to keep that in mind when I start tanking again. I got pretty confident with Dark Knight and Gunbreaker. Actually, I don't think I need to take it. Whatever. I didn't get him anyway. Oh, they were always tank and healer problems at the same time, at least for me. Especially in Emerald. Or the other Emerald.
Oh god, don't kill me.
What's the second Emerald dungeon? That one, that first room. Like, that was a death sentence if the tank pulled everyone, because there was no way I could heal it in time. That's the one that doesn't move, okay. See, I just realized at the start of that, boss battle, but those are the exact gods that they showed us. I had completely forgotten. I thought it'd be different ones, but yep, it's those three. Oop. Oh, freaking out again. Come on, game. Bear with me. There we go. Oh no. And the game crashed. Beautiful. All three of them? Oh, and my guild buffs are gone. Tank is pretty fun. I forget when I started playing healer. But I had so much fun because of how chaotic it was. I kind of adopted Scholar as like, that's my main, no matter what other class I'm playing. I'm kind of Scholar first in my mind. I'm just starting to lose the stream. Come on, finish it up. Whew. Go to Rodelia. Okay. Nothing to say, LSA?
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
Lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look.
I have no idea why the stream is shitting itself right now.
Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
And that should be the end of it.
And the end of us.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
I am very smart.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Time for more puking.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
You got Grahud. Oh, so did he.
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I forgot she named it Angelo.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
All right, folks. Hopefully you all can still hear me. The game and like the stream just up and shat itself right in that last boss fight. And it decided now to stabilize. Of course it did. Hopefully the recording should be good. So the stream archive will be up on YouTube on TheStrawhatNO probably on Saturday. I think I'm just gonna combine both streams into one super long, like, I don't know, 10-hour video, because why the hell not? Just one very long first impressions on the way to the first dungeon. My only real problem is just how long it took to get there. There was a lot of wandering around and talking. But I'm still excited to see where it goes. I won't be streaming any more of the game from this point on. I wanted to get to the first dungeon as like a first impressions, and then the rest of it will be for me. But I'm kind of getting what people said about how it's maybe not as good as Shadowbringers, and I know there's still a lot more to get, but Shadowbringers, you were into what was happening from the get-go. And Shadowbringers was such a shock to the system right away. This one, I can see it paces itself a bit more. But I'm still on board. I'm looking forward to playing Sage. I love playing healers, Scholar, like we saw. That's still my main. And Sage looks like it's even more of a combination of healer and DPS. I could be wrong about that, but I'm going to try it anyway. And Reaper's also pretty fun. We didn't play any of that in this one, but I played it a bit off stream. I like it. But for now, that's going to be it. I've been streaming for 5 hours, and I'm ready to call it stream here, especially since there's so many weird issues. Again, I think that has to do with the particular client I was using. Anyway, thank you to everyone who popped in. Thank you to anyone who might still be watching. Hope you all have a good night.